I really like that creator. She's so invested. All right, let's get this done. Let's get this done. Take my eye off you for one moment, and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you said that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous reunion, it seemed to me that the realistic portrayal... Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver, your noble blood freeze. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Balthriel resides. Ordinarily, you'd be barred from entering, but it seems they'll open its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. The crown lift. We better not dawdle then. Let's get this done. Na 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 na. Joining up there. Yes. Boom, boom, boom.
That's it.
That's him. That's Valfrey. Oh my goodness. It's Trump! Look, it's Trump! Oh dear.
He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking? Mercy! Mercy! By the 12.
I remember him.
Kaishir, what
Kind
happened
of.
to you?
Kaishir.
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Dvorthree, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud.
Fraud!
He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society. To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Yulmore society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
It is true that Ffxiv won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you had cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for
I alone can fix it. This is Trump.
And thus am I alone the voice of justice.
This is Trump.
Any who oppose me...
It's Trump. This is Trump. They wrote Trump into this story. This is literally Donald Trump. Oh boy.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Painting.
Oh, an artist! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
Oh dear.
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Ha!
Can you walk?
I think so.
Oh boy.
Did that little worm just insult me?
Oh man, this is great. God, what a baby. What a baby.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all!
Oh dear.
I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! And tear out their hearts!
Jeez. Look at this. A baby throwing a tantrum. This is Donald Trump. Thank you again. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back again, outside again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yilmar. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Kalusha. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risk inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. Now Lord Valthree wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there if you are willing. No, that would just be leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Ilmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphino. Lord and Lady Chai. What in blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me. But there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Valthree and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving. But I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. Ah, I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Time to be heroes. We got hero duty. Let's go. Let's get this done. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. While it's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Balthus and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. It's good to be back among friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is keen to press on with our plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot of the First for yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmor might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity. Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
Lore time!
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds.
Yes! It's time! It's time for the real deal, the real lore. Okay. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes. Oh my goodness, yes.
This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards. in whose number we find the first.
So we have the source, and then we have the 14 shards.
Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially.
Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially.
Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Seven worlds have been absorbed already.
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Northrend, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Mr. Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Ascender Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. Let's go. Finish Shadowbringers today. Not really. That would be impossible. Rai Kurosaki, thanks for the follow. Good morning, Goddess. How are you? Did you already finish your stream today? Saturday night or Sunday morning. I try to stream at about the same time every day because I have to stick to my work schedule. I wish I could stream at a later time, but this is what I have right now. I'm trying to get myself caught up on the story. Not so sure I have time for dailies, but I don't want to lose it. I don't want to fall out of practice either. So what are you doing today? Dreading going back to work. I feel that. Oh, damn. Oops. Whoops. I guess nobody was ready for that one. That's okay, I'll finish it up. Sure would be nice to have a DPS job that had res. I think Red Mage and Summoner are like very good for the fact that they can resurrect. What do you do for work? I'm an IT guy. Oh no. I understand. My family, they go to bars every week, so they deal with a lot of that too. But I don't go to bars every week, but my family does. I think I would be quite uncomfortable if I had to deal with drunk people often. I don't even like sober people that much. That's funny. So you give them the attitude. That's fair enough, you know. It was their choice to get drunk, not yours. That makes me feel lucky that I deal with people over the phone, because if somebody gets belligerent with me, I just hang up. I had a guy start swearing at me a couple weeks ago. I just hung up on him. I don't get paid enough to deal with that. Goodness. We're getting rocked over here. Holy cow! That was so close. That was so unbelievably close. That was down to the nanosecond, dude. That was so close. Holy crap. GGG. Oh my god. That was unbelievable. Oh, here it is. I was looking for that. I'll play this for a few hours and I'm gonna switch over to another game, so just to let you know. To the west. I feel like I should go this way to get my ether current. That was awesome. Heliometry. Mathematics. Nah, I can't go that way. It's blocked off. Oh well. Holminster Switch has passed these gates and through the woods. It's not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike we have ever seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the strangers, but as many as half remain. Stragglers. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelope the nearest living being, a reckless young swordsman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Oh no! Well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage this leader of Eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well, then. Oh, very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leviers, Captain Lima, and last but not least, the Warrior of Light. A formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. Holminster Switch. Awesome. I'm here for it. The instance dungeon encountered is subsequent Masonry can be completed solo alongside a supporting party of NPCs. To make use of this feature, okay, got it. Got it.
Very well.
What happened? Okay. So I guess when a rejoining happens, all the people die. Like, all the people in the world that gets rejoined get killed. That was quite a long hallway. Wahoo!
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Huh?
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Wow. Talk about crazy. The first time they've seen the dark sky of night in 100 years. Wow, all these people are out here to see it.
It can't be. What's happening?
It's so beautiful.
Aww.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Aww. Awesome. Love it.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. my lord.
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the Wardens and restore darkness to the first. On behalf of the First, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Ffxiv, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side and...
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
Awesome. Hey, Tabs. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Oh shit!
These stars? Your orange face looks like Mars.
Hey, you're sloppy. Go buy a suit. The red news is your flappy Nazi salute.
I could buy your whole family out and frequent flyer miles. I'm all over you like your name. I'm Epstein's mom.
Wow. As if the sky itself had disappeared into the heavens. But it now was wounded. Okay, it's as if the sky itself had disappeared into the heavens. If I didn't have wounded to tend to, I'd never stop staring. The villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Castarium. What quest am I on? This is Shadowbringers, level 71. They seem to be accepting this situation for the moment. Most folk are too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. And they whisper and wonder if the warrior of darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? I just finished the first dungeon. Just finished the first duty. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vulture responds to all of this. Just woke up? Thanks for the follow, Tabs. Do you play Final Fantasy? I'm guessing you do. I love Final Fantasy. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. Yet I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Please let Braggy know that we're bringing in a number of injured and that any restoratives in the markets need be reserved for the infirmary. We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. Ba 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 ba. Actually, before I do this, let's go back to Lim's, I need to buy some gear. That's my full set. This is the Dawn Trail stuff. I'm a Dawn Trail warrior. Can't say I've chatted with you before. Think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? And wary besides, hey? Rest assured I've no secret designs. My name's Grandson. Bounty hunter by trade, mostly sin-eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently, that right? Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Norbrands. Prize, you say? Thought that grabbed your attention. Digglesy is the first fiend I'm after. One of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks want to call him. Former warrior of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brendan was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you heard all this before. Anyway, like his comrades, Brendan died in the process, only to return relatively recently as a sin-eater. The better to torment we few who survived their mercy. The better to torment we few who survived their mercy. Needless to say, I aim to put an end to all that. You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? You interested in hunting Digglesy with me? Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humor me and prove you're the dab hand I think you are, for my sake as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me and put my mind at ease. You are? Very good. The seniors we're after were sighted west of the Ascensor Gate, so we'll need to head through there to begin our search. And if you happen to have any objections to killing the eaters to sport, remember that many were once innocent people, and we'll be doing them a favor of putting them out of their misery. 36,000? What the heck? Good clean work. This is clearly not your first time. Let's do this once more to confirm it wasn't a fluke, though. Besides, the world could do less with less sea and sin eaters. Shouldn't be much further. Very well. Let's see how much damage I really do to these things, man. I got level 100 gear on now. Okay. Cool. I'll be right back.
getting 800 views tonight. I'm like, uh-oh. Then all of a sudden I'm getting 700 views tonight. I'm like, uh-oh. All of a sudden I'm getting 500 views, 300 views, maybe 200 views tonight. I'm like, whoa! I'm like, oh man, I'm quitting. So, I got 90 TikTok followers. I got 8 followers on TikTok. I'm streaming TikTok at the same time. This has 5 point views in the TikTok live. If you ever see the TikTok livers and you joining their stream every single second, they may be instantaneously, and 90% of them instantaneously. That don't matter. There's a person seeing it every second, saying, I'm like, okay, there's a person seeing this TikTok live every single second. So even if 99% leave instantly, even that 1% that will stick around is a large number. There's something to be done.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay. Got zoned on Resident Evil movie? Hey! It's your weekend. Enjoy it. It's your time off. I want to see how much damage I do with this. $65,000. That's funny. 65,000. I've never seen 65,000 damage before in my life. I need to use my allowances. I have 90 allowances to use. I'll do it. I'll get there. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. I might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. It was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Yulmoran trader. Bloke dealt mostly in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot, buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here, that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than we had, so when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work. Quality stuff, but it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright, the Kyozine had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. What? The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. What? That's not a sentence. Am I crazy? That's not a sentence, right? The grandmother who lived next door shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who brought firewood to our doorsteps in the dead of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends just like that. Damn. Ah, there's a lot to do on this damn game. It's gonna take a long time for me to catch up, man. I better buckle up. Oh. And what do I owe the pleasure that is your company? The Fang of Orthus, you say? How very interesting. I should be glad to tell you everything that I know, under the assumption that should you recover it, you will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a traveling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vobur, that glorious kingdom that fell with the flood like so many others. He spoke true, from what I could tell, and I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it properly restored by an artisan in right. Alas, she was one of the several casualties of a Sin-Eater attack, during which the Fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have, of course, been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance that the thief might attempt to sell it. They have not, regrettably, but a piece of similar design did recently surface in Mordsuk, I'm told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the Fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be well rewarded. Talk about a long trek. So, what did our illustrious patron have to say? Father thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. We'd probably not know where to head next if it weren't for his distrusting nature. If this piece of similar design is related to the fangs of Orthus, then it might attract the Caiosigne's attention, assuming it hasn't already. Let's go. The Caiosign. Fine whether we're having a name, Mortsug, isn't it? No such thing as a thing without value. That's the creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of verbertite trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is the challenge. I say divide and conquer, as before. Well met, well met. How may I be of service to you? Oh, a choker that once belonged to Verbertite royalty, you say? If I had such a remarkable treasure in my possession. If only I had such a remarkable treasure in my possession. But no, I do not. In all my years here, I have never seen, even heard of someone unearthing such a thing. Yes, do you have business with me, traveler? Ah, the Verbertite choker. Is that what all this fuss is about? Then you're into the luck, for my husband has yet to sell it. Once we realized how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to find him at the ruins or he's scourging for relics. They're not far. What news, friend? Where are we going now? Take whatever you want, but please don't kill me. I have a family, Shame you missed the fun. This one bit off more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You can tell by the lingering vestings of intelligence and self. Can see it in their eyes, like when Diokaizen. Don't tell me you saw him. Wicked White. And he took the choker too? Damn it all. You can't keep getting away with it. You can't keep getting away with it. Almost at 3 hours of Final Fantasy XIV so far.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out. Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
Intruders! Fan out and find them! Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadow Hunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldassian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on another business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Huh. From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
So bored. This is so boring. I mean, it's okay. It's just I've been streaming for 3 hours. Labyrinth of the Ancients again. Sheesh. Okay. It's alright. It's okay. I got this. Kick its butt. Yeah, if I stay awake. It's fine. I'm good. What are you up to, goddess? What's on TV? God. There we go. Trying to pick another movie to watch. I don't really have any recommendations off the top of my head right now. I have been watching some TV lately, but I don't think it would be anything you would be interested in. I watch like Korean dramas and stuff. I think Korean dramas are so good. I've never like watched a Korean drama and not liked it. It's pretty crazy. They have some very talented writers. I guess we're on this one. Oh, we're just gonna AoE them, that's fine. Just AoE them. I guess we failed. That woke me up. Checking out what's on YouTube real fast. Insurrection Act. cool looking outfit. Alright, well, I guess it's over. GG. Twitch.tv. Thanks, guys. I sucked at that one. I was terrible there. Wow. That was a uniquely bad time for me. Goodness gracious. Okay, so there's a couple quests here. I really don't feel like doing this. Okay. Stranger, please, you must help me. I fled here from home, Mr. Switch, but I lost my necklace along the way. I noticed it was missing as I passed the church of the first light, but couldn't go back, and now the guard tells me that Lakeland is too dangerous for me to go and search for it. I know I should be glad that I escaped with my life, and I am, but that necklace was a gift from my father, and it's all that I have to remember him by. If you can travel freely, then please bring it back to me. Da, 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 da.
So this is what the light was hiding.
What to do? What to do? I kind of want to switch games. I'll do a little bit more. Because I need to get this done. I need to catch up on MSQ. I don't want to be stuck doing MSQ forever, man. I want to be caught up. I want to be raiding. I want to be doing the latest content. I can't really slack off on this, you know what I mean? I gotta get this done. It's gonna be at least another month.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish.
Huh.
Enter. Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthri, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater.
There are no relations. They kill indiscriminately.
Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage...
Oh, this outrage. What an outrage that there's nighttime after 100 years of light. I'll be right back. I'll get some more coffee, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Alright. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage?
My lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots of its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy, promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
It is noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmore before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would
What?
not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Generations of Minfilias? What the hell does that mean? What on earth does that mean? I'm sorry, generations of Minfilias?
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Maren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right. Though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
For war. For war. A bottle of water. Where's Noob? I wonder where Noob is. It began 100 years ago, when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvant. Just as it all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance. A maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clear sapphire. Naught was known about her save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm, she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vorbert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blight and touch. one with hair of gold and eyes of clear as sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle reborn, and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Yulmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later, another young girl was discovered who possessed the selfsame eyes, that selfsame hair, and those selfsame powers. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmore, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow her in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. That's creepy. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrant on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war, and ignorant of the power they harbored. Huh. Does that mean that there are multiple Minfilias in the source as well? Does that mean the source has, like, multiple incarnations of Minfilia? Why? 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 While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not. But all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. So, realistically, how many Minfilias could you have in 100 years, right? Like, assuming they all get to be about 15 years old, you would have 2 by 30 years, 4 by 60 years, 6 by 90 years, right? So I guess there's been like 6 or 7 Minfilias or something. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmoran army some 10 years ago and taken into their care. Or rather, their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by that time, under Lord Valthry's rule, Yulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war that they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in Yulmore's best interests for her to remain under their control. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from the clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, Will, outside? Get my gill. Gotta get my gill. Gotta get my gill. I am grinding like crazy these past few weeks. Sorry, I said something funny in my text message just now. I was texting. I wish you could skip these cutscenes.
My friends, I have played Mario Kart World with my own 2 hands and eyeballs and other sensory organs. I have played it myself, been having a lot of fun with it, been having a real chill day. It's been really nice. You know, I thought Switch 2 launches is going to be crazy, but I don't know. I'm going the opposite way with it. I'm just having fun. Have a little fun playing Mario Kart, playing Welcome Tour. Just got done streaming Summer Game Fest, which was fun in its own kind of way, you know? And so now I'm here to give you my early impressions of Mario Kart World. And I will say, it's taking me a little getting used to. It just feels very different, you know? Sometimes between these games, like, some of them will feel a little bit more the same, and then you'll have these games that just you pick it up after not
I don't
playing
like
it for
it.
a while.
I really
You
don't.
go back
It's
to an old
not
game,
like
and
it's
you're
not
just
different
like,
enough from
whoa,
8
like,
to
this just
justify its
feels
existence.
Weird, and I'm definitely getting that.
I actually
the
think
way
8
the
is
car
better.
moves and just, you know, just precisely what happens on.
Like, I actually think Mario Kart 8 is better than Mario Kart World.
Screen when
Just
you
based on what I've
however
seen of
far,
it.
it's just got its own way, its own flavor. And it's like, even when I'm doing well, I still just kind of feel clumsy. I still feel like I'm really, I don't know, just trying to get used to it. I will, though, and I will say, the new movement stuff, all the grinding and everything, the new moves, it's awesome. It's fantastic. It really does just make the game a lot more fun for me. You know,
Well,
the gameplay
I
was
guess I
already
can't.
fun
I
before.
can't knock it till I try it. You know what I mean? Maybe it's decent. Who knows?
before. It's always been fun. But this really is just that little extra element. It's that much more stuff to do. And it's awesome because kind of like how in the previous games, you know, you have like the inside track and the outside track, and the outside track has boost pads. So you kind of have to like decide which one is best kind of on the fly. And then in 8, you know, it's like, oh, down here, and then you've got the anti-grav part out here. So you're just like trying to decide which way you want to go. But now you've added in like more layers of complexity with grind rails, especially because it's not just going to be like a grind rail. Lots of different stuff can be grounded upon, and you often have like multiple layers that you can kind of hop between, and it feels awesome. It feels really, really good, especially whenever I get to like hop back and forth. But the thing about it is, yeah, you're often having to like choose whether or not it's worth going for, because you absolutely can just kind of ignore. I don't know. It seems like for the most part you can just kind of ignore the rails and just do some plain old good old-fashioned honest driving. Oftentimes going for the rails are something of a risk. You know, like some rails are really long and you can just kind of like mash the boost button, you know, or you have to like go up the little ramp part of the rail, you kind of catch it, you can just kind of like slide right into it, or a train track, it just automatically catches on. But then you have a lot where the only way to get onto them is from like above, is like you gotta like be going off a jump and get onto it, or you do a boost jump. But the thing about the boost jump is like you have to be going fast enough to get it started, and when you do, it takes a good moment before you get that. Jump, and even then it can be a little bit tricky to like jump over and land on the thing. So you're having to plan ahead. It feels like I have to plan ahead more so than usual. Obviously you've always got to be watching the track and seeing how things are going and what you're going to need to do as you go, but this, it feels like it adds way more of a need to kind of like look ahead and strategize and kind of like figure out like, ooh, what am I going to go for on the fly? You know what? I think if I do this like kind of trick here, and it's tricky, and I'm not very good at it, and you often just kind of fail awkwardly. But whenever you pull it off, whenever you're just like, oh man, I did like jump at the right time, and I managed to land on that thing, or I boost jumped, and because like whenever you're grinding on the rail, you can like just jump, and it'll just give you a boost. So like often, even if you just touch the rail for a second, that's still beneficial because then you get a boost. And I don't know, it all adds together, and it's like this level of complexity that's not too far, and it's nothing that you like absolutely have to do. I don't know, maybe if you're playing competitively you do. But right now it just kind of feels like a fun option, and whenever I go for it and take a risk and pull it off, it just feels really good. It just makes these tracks feel very dynamic. Like the car itself, you know, even just the animation, it feels so much more alive. But then on top of that, you're also just jumping and grinding and wall riding around, and it's really, really, really interesting. I'm having a lot of fun. I think this really is something special. So I've done some Grand Prix, and I really do like the whole like the thing where they're connected together and you have to like drive to the next one. I still feel like they could have maybe done something with that where like it's a mini race and whoever gets there gets to like start further, like some sort of bonus to the next. I don't know, maybe it wouldn't have really mattered, maybe that wasn't important. I don't know, I like the idea of them playing with it, but even just this way, it's like sometimes the stretch to the next track is so long that we get to the track and I'm like, oh, like we weren't on the track already. I don't know, it gives the game a really cool feel. I mean, obviously, like the sense of place, the connection, going from one to the other, you know, these 4 different tracks. That is cool, but it also just gives the Grand Prix this kind of continuous energy. It feels so like organic. It's not just these clean, clear cut tracks. You also just get, I don't know, these little in-between areas. They're fun too. They just add a lot of variety. I will say about the tracks, so far, it does kind of seem like they are a little bit open and a little bit long at times. I mean, that was kind of one of the fears going into the game. If you're making this big open game and you're allowing for 24 players, you know, early footage, it really did seem like a lot of straightaways and a lot of really just big, wide tracks. And so, yeah, a little bit of fear that the game might kind of sacrifice some of those, like, tighter, more interesting and kind of smashed together-y courses, especially because, like, Mario Kart 8 already kind of had more... wide open courses with like fewer pinch points, so at least so far it does seem very slightly disappointingly open and straight, you know what I mean? Like, here's the thing though, it's like it's early in the game, so maybe later levels, later tracks will get a little bit wackier. I don't know, it could just be that this is the way the game is. There is a slight element of disappointment. There are, like, I'm not that good at the game, but I have to play 150cc because anything else is just like, when you're on this straightaway and you're just looking at the carts in front of you and you're like, you know, there's like stuff, there's like items or jumps or whatever, but like sometimes you really are just kind of like, just like go, you're just like waiting to get to the end of this long stretch. So yeah, that's not to say that there are no levels with like smaller pinch point areas. There definitely are. It's just like way more often, these big open places. And you know, you probably do get a lot of that in the in-between places, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. It's just something I noticed, and we'll see. Ultimately, even if it does turn out to be, yeah, this game does have just kind of less tight tracks, it's fine, you know? They like they even said themselves, they've already kind of perfected the old style of track, so they're doing something a little bit different this time. You lose a little something, but you gain something, so yeah, it's probably fine. And so finally, let's talk about the open world. This game feels amazing. It really does. I mean, like, since the beginning, I could not wait to jump in and just go. Just the feeling of freedom, it just seemed like it was going to be so much fun. And yet I still was not prepared for... how the game feels. Literally in the opening seconds, when you hit the button and you go free roam, just something about the atmosphere, something about playing a Mario Kart game where it's got this kind of like persistent world and time is passing. and there's like little characters all over the place, and it's very lively. There's like a lot going on. There's like stars bouncing all over the place. There's item boxes on parachutes floating around. It's, I don't know, I almost can't even describe it. There is just something about it that's just got such a good feel. Something about it is immediately, like, comforting. You know, something about being here. It's just like, it's just a really nice place to be. And you know what? It is pretty big. Like, I keep hearing, like, conflicting things. I guess it depends on everybody's own, like, expectations or something. Some people are saying, no, it's disappointingly small. Other people saying it's big. I feel like it's pretty darn big. And the thing is, it's so interesting. It's so fun to just kind of, like, weave around randomly that I'll kind of find myself unintentionally sticking to an area, and I'll drive around kind of a lot, and I'm like, boy, I don't even know where I am now, and I look at the map, and I'm like, no, I've been kind of sticking to one little area. Like, I spent a good amount of time driving around, and I still only carved out, like, a little chunk. You know, obviously, if you drive from one end to the other, I don't know how long it's going to take. It's not going to take hours. It's not Zelda. And yet, if you just kind of cruise around, doing whatever, yeah, I don't know, every time I pop on that map, I'm kind of amazed by how little ground I've covered. It feels good. I am happy with how big the game feels. I think it's just about perfect. And it is fun. There's stuff to collect. There's stuff to do. Yeah, you've got the P-switch challenges, and this is tricky stuff. It's really not bad. Like, you know, some of these challenges I gotta try a good number of times, or I'll like try once and be like, oh, that's actually a little bit hard. Maybe I'll do it later. It's nice though. There's instant retry. You just click the left stick and it brings you back so you can try again. So I really appreciate that. So yeah, like, there's stuff to find. I think a big problem is that there's no way to track your collectibles. Like, you unlock carts, which is cool, and you unlock new characters, and you get like stickers. But like the open world collectibles, they don't really, there's no way to track that, and so it's kind of hard because it's a little aimless. The stuff is just kind of spread out everywhere. The game doesn't directly incentivize you to do it. I mean, there's like a little bit of an achievement system, you know, it'll be like, oh, you drove 100 kilometers or whatever. But yeah, so far it really is just kind of like you run around and get stuff if you want. And it's like, I'm really enjoying the game. It's just that it kind of feels like you can get a feel for the entire experience after like a half hour. You know, it's kind of like, maybe not even that long. Like, you will have seen all of the types of gameplay. Like, obviously you're gonna get, you know, there's different tracks. You can just exploring the different tracks and looking at all the different areas of the map and finding all the little secrets. There will be new stuff, but like the gameplay experience, you kind of see it all pretty quick. You get that complete vertical slice pretty much right away. There just doesn't really feel like there's much to work toward. The world is so big. The world is so big that it just kind of, I don't know. It feels like they still haven't just like hit the button to unlock the full thing. You know, I don't know. Like, I expect to see NPCs around the world, some sort of more substantial thing, a series of challenges, or just, I don't know, some kind of progression beyond just like getting all the food and unlocking the costumes, which they split them up again. What is that? Why did they do that? On the character select screen, all these costumes with all the food, they are separate characters. It's super annoying, but whatever. Beyond that, and like, yeah, unlocking characters. And I'm glad I can unlock characters. I really do appreciate that. It just kind of felt like, considering the world is so big and they spent so long making this game, there is that part of me that feels kind of like, is this it? You know? It's I don't know. It's hard because I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it a lot. And you know what? Like, I can't wait to play multiplayer with friends. I feel like exploring this big place while chatting, that's gonna be an absolute ton of fun. I really am looking forward to just exploring every part of this map. There's just that little thing, that little like, is this quite everything you have? I don't know. It's weird, but it's cool, and that's what I got right now. I'm going to keep playing it, and I hope to not take too long on the reviews, so that is why I do need to return to playing it more.
This starlet with a sting, the adorable but deadly, sweet but poisonous, honey bee lovely!
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience. No hard feelings if I kill you?
Oh, that's super worth it, dude. Holy crap. 9,000 and 7,200. That's so worth it. Okay, I have no complaints at all. Okay, there's that. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna change games. I played for 4 hours. I think that's enough for now. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the stream.